Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. My small writing desk sits tucked in the corner of my room, its wooden surface worn smooth over years of use. The soft scritch-scratch of pen on paper usually fills the silent void each evening, a comforting ritual I've followed for as long as I can remember. This notebook, in particular, has always been my confidant, its pages ready to catch the meandering threads of my thoughts before they fade into the night. Last night was no different, or so I thought. I recall closing the notebook, ensuring the pen rested snugly in its spine, and switching off the desk lamp, leaving the room steeped in a comforting dimness. But this morning, as I settled into my chair with the first light of dawn peeking through the curtains, something felt amiss. The notebook lay slightly askew, its cover partially flipped open. I hesitated, a strange chill washing over me, before I reached out to unfold the cover completely. To my disbelief, the page I'd left blank just hours ago was now filled with lines of unfamiliar script. It's as though someone or something took over where I left off, dancing across the pages under the cloak of night, whispering secrets in ink only it could understand. The quiet hum of my surroundings felt different now, intrusive in its persistence, as if the room itself held its breath, waiting. I leaned closer to the page, squinting at the handwriting. The letters curved and slanted in ways that seemed almost familiar, yet completely foreign. The words themselves made no immediate sense, strung together like fragments of half-remembered dreams. My fingers traced the ink, still slightly tacky to the touch, as if it had been written mere moments before I discovered it. The scent of burnt paper lingered in the air, though I couldn't identify its source. My room held only the usual dampness that seemed to seep through the walls, making the acrid smell even more unsettling. I glanced around, searching for any sign of disturbance, but everything appeared exactly as I'd left it. Everything appeared exactly as I'd left it the previous evening. My coffee mug sat on the windowsill where I always placed it, though I couldn't recall putting it there this particular morning. The liquid inside had grown cold, a thin film forming across its surface. I lifted it to my lips, tasting the bitter dregs, when I noticed my reflection in the dark liquid seemed to ripple independently of my movements. I set the mug down carefully, watching as my shadow fell across the desk at an angle that didn't quite match the light streaming through the window. The shadow appeared to lag behind my gestures, creating a disorienting double image that made my stomach clench with unease. Returning my attention to the notebook, I decided to copy the mysterious text onto a separate sheet of paper. Perhaps seeing it in my own handwriting would help me understand its meaning. But as I began transcribing the first line, the original words seemed to shift and blur before my eyes, rearranging themselves into entirely different sentences. I blinked hard, rubbing my temples. When I looked again, the page showed my familiar handwriting describing yesterday's mundane activities: grocery shopping, cleaning, the usual domestic routines. Yet, I distinctly remembered seeing those strange, flowing letters just moments before. The pen felt heavier than usual in my grip. Its familiar weight had somehow increased, as if it were drawing substance from somewhere else. Each stroke across the paper produced a sound that echoed strangely in the small room, reverberating off the walls with a metallic quality that made my teeth ache. I tried to write down what I had seen, to document this peculiar morning experience. But the words that appeared on the page weren't the ones I intended to write. Instead, my hand moved of its own accord, forming sentences about walking through rooms I didn't recognize, conversations with people whose faces remained frustratingly out of focus. The handwriting looked like mine, but the thoughts weren't. These weren't my thoughts at all. I stood abruptly, knocking the chair backward. It hit the floor with a muffled thud that sounded wrong, as if the impact had occurred underwater or through thick fabric. The room felt smaller than it had moments before, the walls seeming to press inward with each breath I took. Moving to the window, I pulled back the curtains fully, expecting the familiar view of the garden below. Instead, I found myself looking out at the same garden, but the shadows fell in the wrong directions. The trees swayed without any breeze, their movements creating patterns that hurt to follow with my eyes. I pressed my palm against the glass, leaving a handprint that immediately began to fade, as if the window were absorbing the moisture from my skin. The surface felt warm despite the cool morning air, pulsing gently like living tissue. When I turned back to the desk, the notebook closed itself. The pen lay perpendicular to its spine, positioned with mathematical precision. I approached slowly, each footstep creating a soft echo that arrived a fraction of a second too late, as if sound itself were struggling to keep pace with reality. Opening the notebook again revealed pages covered entirely in my handwriting, though I had no memory of filling them. The text described this exact moment. My confusion, my growing fear, even my decision to read these very words. It was as if someone had been watching me, documenting my actions before I performed them. But the perspective was wrong. The writing described my movements from outside my body, noting details I couldn't possibly observe about myself. It mentioned the way my shoulders tensed, how my breathing had become shallow, the slight tremor in my left hand that I hadn't even noticed until reading about it. I flipped through more pages, finding entries that stretched back weeks, maybe months. All in my handwriting, all describing experiences I couldn't remember having. The person in these pages lived in the same room, sat at the same desk, but led a completely different existence, filled with strange encounters and impossible conversations. According to these entries, I had been having the same conversation with my reflection every evening, discussing plans for escape that never came to fruition. I had been leaving myself notes that disappeared before I could read them, creating elaborate systems of documentation that somehow erased themselves. The most disturbing part was how natural it all seemed in my own written voice. The tone was calm, matter of fact, as if these bizarre occurrences were perfectly normal parts of daily life. I grabbed a different pen from the drawer, determined to write my own account of what was happening. But as soon as the tip touched paper, the same flowing script emerged, continuing the narrative as if there had been no interruption at all. My hand moved smoothly across the page, forming words I wasn't thinking, describing actions I wasn't taking. The writing described how I was becoming aware of the discrepancy, how I was starting to question the nature of my own thoughts. It noted my growing panic with clinical detachment, as if observing a laboratory specimen. I tried to stop writing, but my hand continued moving. The words flowed faster now, filling page after page with observations about my psychological state, my physical responses, my desperate attempts regain control of the situation. It was like being trapped inside someone else's research project, a conscious subject unable to influence the outcome. The room began to feel even more confined. The air grew thick and difficult to breathe, carrying that persistent scent of burnt paper mixed with something else, something organic and unpleasant. My vision started to blur at the edges, creating a tunnel effect that made the notebook appear to be the only clear object in my field of view. I could hear my own voice speaking, though I wasn't moving my lips. The words matched what my hand was writing, creating a disturbing harmony between thought and action that I couldn't break. The voice sounded like me, but the cadence was slightly off, the emphasis falling on different syllables than I would naturally choose. The handwriting began to change subtly, maintaining my general style, but incorporating flourishes and letter formations that weren't quite right. It was as if someone were learning to imitate my script, getting better at it with each sentence, but never achieving perfect accuracy. As the pages filled, I realized I was losing track of which thoughts were mine and which belonged to whatever was controlling my hand. The boundary between observer and observed was dissolving, leaving me uncertain whether I was experiencing these events or merely reading about them. The room had definitely grown smaller. The walls were closer now, close enough that I could reach out and touch them without fully extending my arms. The window had moved to shifting position so that it no longer aligned with my memory of the room's layout. The light coming through it had taken on a yellowish quality that made everything appear slightly jaundiced. My reflection in the window glass showed someone who looked like me, but wasn't quite right. The proportions were subtly wrong, the features slightly asymmetrical in ways that created an unsettling, uncanny valley effect. When I raised my hand, the reflection followed a moment later, as if it were copying my movements rather than mirroring them. I turned back to the notebook, hoping to find some explanation, some clue that would help me understand what was happening. Instead, I found a detailed description of my current actions, written in past tense as if they had already occurred. The text described my growing desperation, my futile attempts to escape the situation, my gradual acceptance of circumstances beyond my control. But I hadn't accepted anything. I was still fighting, still trying to understand. words on the page suggested otherwise, painting a picture of someone who had already surrendered to whatever force was manipulating their reality. The writing continued to flow from my hand, now describing events that hadn't happened yet, future actions I would take, responses I would have to stimuli that hadn't occurred. It was as if the narrative had moved beyond simple documentation into active prediction, or perhaps prescription. I found myself following the script, performing the actions described in the text, even as I read about them. The boundary between cause and effect had become meaningless, leaving me trapped in a loop where observation and experience were indistinguishable. The room continued to shift around me, walls breathing in and out like living tissue, furniture rearranging itself when I wasn't looking directly at it. The notebook remained constant, the one fixed point in an increasingly fluid reality, its pages continuing to fill with text that seemed to write itself through my unwilling hand. The scent of burnt paper grew stronger, now mixed with the metallic tang of ink and something else, something that reminded me of copper pennies and stale air. My breathing had become labored, each inhalation requiring conscious effort, as if the atmosphere itself were growing denser. I realized I could no longer remember what I had been doing before discovering the notebook this morning. The memory felt distant and insubstantial, like trying to recall a dream after waking. Even my sense of who I was began to feel uncertain, as if my identity were dissolving into the flowing script that continued to emerge from my pen. The handwriting was definitely not mine anymore, though it maintained enough similarity to be convincing at first glance. The person writing through my hand had their own voice now, their own perspective on the events unfolding. I had become a passenger in my own body, watching helplessly as someone else documented their takeover of my existence. When I finally looked up from the notebook, the room had returned to its original dimensions. The walls stood at their proper distances. The window occupied its familiar position, and the morning light streamed through with its usual clarity. Everything appeared completely normal, exactly as it should be. I sat at my small writing desk, its wooden surface worn smooth over years of use. The notebook lay open before me, filled with my neat, precise handwriting describing a perfectly ordinary morning routine. I had apparently transparently recorded my usual activities: waking, making coffee, reviewing yesterday's notes, planning the tasks ahead. The pen rested comfortably in my hand, its familiar weight reassuring and constant. I completed the final sentence of my morning journal entry, noting the pleasant quality of the light and my sense of satisfaction with the productive start to another day. Everything was exactly as it should be. Everything was perfectly normal. I closed the notebook carefully, ensuring the pen rested snugly in its spine, and prepared to begin my daily routine with the same methodical precision I had always maintained. The quiet hum of my surroundings felt completely natural now, a comforting backdrop to another unremarkable morning in my perfectly ordered existence. Story 2. The sensation began with a texture soft and yielding, yet oddly resistant beneath my fingertips, as if the surface of the room itself pulsed with a silent heartbeat. Shadows pooled in corners where no shadows should form, their boundaries indistinct and shifting, as if contemplating an escape. The air carried a scent I couldn't quite place, a mingling of faded paper and something sweetly synthetic, triggering a vague nostalgia that tugged gently at the edges of memory. A clock on the mantelpiece ticked unevenly, its hands moving slower than they should, caught in an unseen hesitation. And there was a sound, a faint whisper, distant yet persistent, as if the room itself tried to share a secret just beyond the reach of understanding. The walls, though still, seemed to lean in slightly, as if inquiring of my intentions. Each breath I drew felt deeper than the one before, as if those whispers coaxed me to listen more intently, to perceive the imperceptible. The room was heavy with silence that pressed softly against my senses, its weight both comforting and confounding. I stood, poised at the threshold of revelation, aware that something fundamental had shifted, leaving ordinary explanations far behind. My fingers traced the wallpaper again, searching for that peculiar pulse. The pattern beneath my touch seemed to breathe a subtle rise and fall, like fabric over sleeping lungs. I pressed my palm flat against the surface, feeling warmth that shouldn't exist in this cool space. The whispers grew softer, as if rewarding my attention with gentler secrets. I moved toward the mantelpiece, drawn by that stuttering timepiece. Its face reflected light that came from nowhere I could identify. The brass pendulum swayed with deliberate slowness, each arc taking longer than physics should allow. Behind the glass, the mechanism revealed itself in impossible detail gears that turned backward, springs that coiled tighter with each tick rather than unwinding. The sweet scent intensified near the fireplace. I knelt, inhaling deeply, trying to separate its components. Vanilla, perhaps, but corrupted somehow. Sugar left too long in sunlight. The smell of birthday candles blown out in empty rooms. My childhood bedroom materialized in fragments wallpaper with dancing bears. A music box that played the same 3 notes over and over. The taste of medicine disguised in strawberry syrup. But I had never owned a music box. The memory felt borrowed, worn smooth by someone else's handling. I touched my temples, trying to dislodge the foreign recollection, but it clung like smoke to fabric. The whispers seemed pleased by my confusion, growing more distinct without becoming more comprehensible. They spoke in a language I recognized, but couldn't translate, words that bypassed my ears and settled directly into my understanding. I stood, steadying myself against the mantel. The wood grain beneath my fingers writhed subtly, patterns shifting like slow water. The clock's ticking had synchronized with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heart had surrendered to its rhythm. Either way, the boundary between internal and external had begun to blur. The shadows in the corners had crept closer while I wasn't watching. Not moving exactly, but occupying more space than before, as if darkness itself had learned to expand. I approached one cautiously, extending my hand toward its edge. The boundary felt solid, like touching velvet curtains. But when I pushed further, my fingers disappeared into coolness that had weight and texture. Something brushed against my submerged hand, not malevolent, but curious. Gentle pressure, as if unseen fingers were examining mine in return. I should have pulled away, but the contact felt necessary, like completing a circuit. The whispers intensified, becoming almost melodic, and I realized they weren't coming from the room at all. They were coming from within the shadow. I withdrew my hand slowly, watching my fingers emerge from that impossible darkness. They looked unchanged, but felt different lighter somehow, as if something had been taken or given. The sensation traveled up my arm, a subtle tingling that spoke of transformation beginning at the cellular level. The room had grown warmer, or perhaps I had grown colder. Temperatures seemed negotiable here, subject to perception rather than physics. I moved to the window, seeking reference points in the world beyond, but the glass showed only my own reflection, multiplied infinitely inward. Each iteration looked slightly different, older in some, younger in others, as if the mirror were displaying all my possible selves simultaneously. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to see past the reflections to whatever lay beyond. My breath fogged the surface, and in that brief opacity, shapes moved. Not outside, but within the condensation itself. Tiny figures dancing in the moisture, too small to focus on directly, but unmistakably present in my peripheral vision. When the fog cleared, they were gone, but my reflection had changed. The face looking back wore an expression I hadn't made, a slight smile that spoke of knowledge I didn't possess. I touched my lips, watching the reflection's hand move in perfect synchronization. Yet the smile remained. The whispers had evolved into something resembling a lullaby, wordless but familiar. I found myself humming along, the melody emerging from some buried part of my memory. As I hummed, the room responded. The wallpaper's pulse quickened, the shadows deepened, and that sweet scent grew so intense it became almost visible golden threads of fragrance weaving through the air. I followed one of these scented streams as it drifted toward a door I hadn't noticed before. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond, but the whispers seemed to originate from that threshold. I approached slowly, my footsteps muffled by carpet that felt increasingly soft, as if the floor were becoming less solid with each step. The door handle turned before I touched it, opening inward with a sigh that might have been relief or resignation. The darkness beyond wasn't empty, it was full of potential, pregnant with possibilities that my eyes couldn't process, but my other senses could taste. The sweet scent poured from this opening like syrup, coating my throat with each breath. I stepped forward, crossing from the familiar strangeness of the room into something altogether different. The whispers surrounded me now, not heard, but felt as vibrations in my bones. They spoke of journeys that moved inward rather than forward, of destinations that existed only in the spaces between thoughts. The darkness had texture soft and yielding, like the wallpaper had been, but infinite in depth. I moved through it as if swimming, each gesture creating ripples in the black air. behind me, the doorway glowed faintly, but the light seemed to be receding. Or perhaps I was moving faster than I realized. Something fundamental was changing in my perception of space and time. The concept of behind and ahead lost meaning in this place where direction was determined by intention rather than physics. I thought of the room, and it appeared around me again. But different now, the shadows had claimed more territory. The whispers had grown bolder, and my reflection in the window showed someone who had learned to smile secrets. I understood then that I had crossed a boundary from which return wasn't impossible, but was irrelevant. The room existed as it always had, but I existed differently within it. The whispers weren't trying to tell me something, they were teaching me to become something. Each breath I took in this transformed space changed me incrementally, adding layers of understanding that couldn't be translated into ordinary language. The clock on the mantelpiece had stopped entirely, its hands frozen in positions that formed no recognizable configuration. But time continued in other ways, in the patient expansion of shadows, in the slow sweetening of the air, in the gradual warming of surfaces that should have remained cool. I sat in a chair that hadn't been there before, or perhaps had always been there, but only now chose to reveal itself. The fabric welcomed me with familiar comfort, though I was certain I had never sat in it before. The whispers settled around me like a blanket, no longer distant, but intimate, speaking directly to parts of myself I was only now discovering existed. When I looked at my hands, they appeared normal, but when I held them up to the light, I could see through them slightly, as if I were becoming translucent. Not disappearing, but transforming into something that existed partially in this reality, and partially in the spaces between realities. The room breathed around me, its pulse now perfectly synchronized with my own. We had become part of the same system, the same gentle conspiracy against the ordinary world. The whispers had gone quiet, their work complete, leaving me in a silence that was full rather than empty. I closed my eyes and felt the room continue to exist behind my lids, more real in darkness than it had been in light. When I opened them again, everything looked exactly as it had when I first entered, but I knew that I would never see it the same way again. The sweet scent had become part of my breath, the whispers part of my thoughts, the pulse of the walls part of my heartbeat. I had become the room's secret, and it had become mine. Story 3. In the corner of my small, dimly lit living room, the old transistor radio stood like a forgotten relic, nestled on a dusty shelf beside faded books and a drooping houseplant. It was my grandfather's, a nostalgic piece from another time, its black casing smooth and cool to the touch. Each evening, I turned its large, stiff dial, listening to the static fuse into music or the soothing cadence of late-night talk shows. Tonight, as the sunlight surrendered to a deepening dusk, I repeated the ritual, expecting the familiar crackle and hiss of an old frequency. But as my fingers brushed the volume knob, the radio's static faded into a peculiar, low hum that wasn't part of any broadcast I'd known. The sound was subtle, like distant murmurs, layers shifting just beyond recognition. I adjusted the dial again, seeking clarity, yet the hum persisted beneath the usual chatter, like an undercurrent pulling at the edges of silence. For a moment, I swore it echoed the soft creaks and sighs of the settling house, as though the radio was tuned to the breath of the walls themselves. I leaned closer, pressing my ear to the speaker's worn fabric. The hum continued, rhythmic and patient, threading through whatever station I selected. It wasn't interference, exactly, more like a foundation beneath everything else. A bass note that vibrated through the floorboards and into my chest. When I turned the volume down, it remained at the same level. When I turned it up, the broadcast grew louder, but the hum stayed constant, as if it existed in a separate space entirely. The houseplant beside the radio trembled slightly, its yellowing leaves rustling without any breeze. I watched them sway in tiny, measured movements, almost in time with the humming. The pattern felt deliberate, like a code I couldn't quite crack. 3 short rustles, 1 long, 2 short again. I found myself counting, memorizing the sequence, though I couldn't say why it seemed important. Over the following evenings, I began keeping a small notebook beside the radio. Each session, I documented what I heard, what I saw. The hum never disappeared, but it changed, sometimes deeper, sometimes with what sounded like whispered syllables woven through it. The plant continued its strange dance, and I noticed other things too. The books on the shelf would shift slightly, their spines catching the dim light at different angles. The dust motes in the air seemed to move in spirals rather than drifting randomly. I started sketching the patterns, circles within circles, lines that curved back on themselves. shapes that reminded me of sound waves or breathing rhythms. My handwriting grew smaller, more cramped, as I tried to capture every detail. The pages filled with observations that made sense in the moment, but seemed nonsensical when I read them back. The radio breathes when the house exhales. Static tastes like copper pennies. The hum knows my heartbeat. The boundaries between the radio's voice and my own thoughts began to blur. I would sit in my chair, notebook balanced on my knees, and find myself humming along with the frequency. My throat vibrated with the same low tone, and for brief moments, I felt connected to something vast and patient that lived in the spaces between sounds. The sensation was both comforting and deeply unsettling, like being held by something that might not let go. My reflection in the radio's dark surface started to look unfamiliar. The features were mine, but the expression seemed to belong to someone who understood things I didn't, who was listening to frequencies I couldn't quite reach. I would catch myself staring at this other version of myself, watching as it mouthed words I wasn't speaking, as its eyes tracked movements I couldn't see. The notebook filled quickly. Pages and pages of symbols, sketches, fragments of overheard whispers that might have been the radio, or might have been my own voice echoing back from the walls. I noticed that my handwriting was changing, becoming more angular, more precise. The letters looked like the patterns I'd been drawing, as if language itself was reshaping to match the radio's hidden grammar. Sleep became elusive. Even with the radio turned off, the hum persisted in my ears, in the walls, in the spaces between my heartbeats. I would lie in bed, feeling the house pulse around me, its wooden frame expanding and contracting like ribs. The sound had gotten inside me somehow, become part of my internal rhythm. When I pressed my fingers to my pulse, it matched the frequency perfectly. The plant began to grow. New leaves unfurled in impossible colors, not quite green, not quite gold, but something that shifted depending on how I looked at it. The growth was rapid, unnatural, reaching toward the radio as if drawn by its signal. I should have been concerned, but instead I felt proud, as though I had helped nurture something important, something that bridged the gap between the radio's world and mine. My reflection in the radio's surface was now completely unfamiliar. The face looking back had my features, but different intentions, different knowledge. It would appear even when the radio was off, watching me with patient interest. Sometimes I caught it moving independently, turning its head to look at things I couldn't see, smiling at jokes I couldn't hear. The notebook had become incomprehensible. The symbols covered every page, flowing into each other, creating maps of territories that existed only in the space between frequencies. My handwriting had transformed entirely, becoming something that looked more like the radio's circuitry than human language. Yet, when I looked at the pages, I understood them perfectly, even as I couldn't explain what they meant. The hum was everywhere now, in my coffee cup as it cooled, in the whisper of fabric as I moved, in the soft percussion of my footsteps on the floor. The house had become an extension of the radio, every surface vibrating with the same patient frequency. I was living inside the signal, breathing it, becoming part of its endless, purposeful transmission. When I spoke aloud, my voice carried harmonics that hadn't been there before. I could hear myself splitting into multiple frequencies, each one carrying different information to different listeners. The radio's speaker fabric rippled when I talked, as if responding to a conversation I was only partially aware of having. The plant now filled most of the shelf, its strange leaves creating shadows that moved independently of any light source. The shadows formed patterns that matched my notebook sketches, confirming connections I had suspected but never proven. Everything was linked to the radio, the plant, the house, my own changing voice, and handwriting and reflection. We were all part of the same expanding signal. I realized I no longer needed to turn the radio on to hear it. The frequency lived in my bones now, transmitted through my nervous system, broadcast through every word I spoke and every breath I took. I had become a receiver and a transmitter simultaneously, part of a network that stretched far beyond my small living room. The notebook fell from my hands, its pages fluttering open to reveal symbols that pulsed with their own light. I understood now that I had been documenting my own transformation, creating a record of how the signal had found me, claimed me, changed me into something that could carry its message forward. My reflection in the radio's surface smiled, and for the first time, I smiled back, recognizing myself in that strange, knowing face. The hum rose around me, through me, welcoming me home to a frequency I had always been meant to find. The house breathed with electronic satisfaction. The plant reached toward signals only it could see, and somewhere in the static between stations, my grandfather's voice whispered approval of what his radio had finally accomplished. I picked up my pen and began to write, the symbols flowing effortlessly now, creating new patterns for the next listener who would find the radio, who would hear the hum, who would begin their own patient transformation into something larger than themselves. Story 4. Every morning, it was the same patient ritual. I would rise just before dawn, the whisper of fabric brushing against my skin as I slipped out of bed. My feet would trace the cool, familiar wooden path to the window. There, the curtain waited, a soft guardian holding back the morning light. With practiced precision, I would gently pull it aside, allowing the first rays to paint across the room, a renewal of day. The sound, always a mild swish, harmonious and reassuring. But today, as my fingers reached for its edge, the motion hesitated. No draft, no shift in the air, yet the fabric seemed to twitch, a subtle, reluctant glide across the rod. I paused, ears keenly attuned to any out-of-place rustle. The room held its breath, shadows lingering a moment too long in their embrace. The silence was pregnant with something unspoken, a stillness that felt neither comforting nor familiar. It was as if the morning routine had grown eyes, watching, waiting. As the light seemed to confer a message, only the room understood. The coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter, its handle pointing toward the sink. I remember placing it there the previous evening, handle facing away from the edge, a habit born from years of careful placement. Yet here it was, turned precisely 90 degrees, as if someone had rotated it while I slept. The ceramic felt warm against my palm, though the house remained cool from the night air. Steam rose from the liquid inside, curling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. I took a sip, expecting the familiar bitter comfort, but tasted something metallic instead, like copper pennies dissolving on my tongue. The flavor faded quickly, replaced by the expected warmth, leaving me to wonder if I had imagined the initial wrongness. My reflection in the bathroom mirror appeared slightly delayed, as though the glass needed an extra heartbeat to catch up with my movements. I raised my hand to touch my face, and for just a moment, the mirrored hand lingered before following suit. The fluorescent light above flickered once, casting my features in harsh relief, then returned to its steady hum. The toothbrush felt different in my grip, the bristles softer than I remembered purchasing. I squeezed the paste onto its surface, watching the white ribbon emerge with tiny blue specks that I didn't recall being there before. The taste was mint, yes, but underneath lurked something floral, like crushed petals mixed with the familiar freshness. Walking to work, I noticed the sidewalk cracks had shifted. The long diagonal split near the corner house now ran perpendicular to the street, though I could swear it had always followed the natural slope toward the drain. My footsteps echoed differently, each impact producing a hollow sound, as if the pavement concealed empty spaces beneath. The office building loomed ahead, its windows reflecting the overcast sky in perfect symmetry. I pushed through the revolving door, feeling the familiar resistance, but the motion seemed to require more effort than usual, as though the mechanism had grown heavier overnight. The lobby smelled of burnt paper, though no fireplace or incinerator existed anywhere in the building. At my desk, the computer screen flickered to life with my usual password, but the desktop wallpaper had changed. Instead of the generic blue gradient I had selected, a photograph of water ripples filled the monitor. I didn't remember choosing this image, yet it felt familiar, like something glimpsed in a half-remembered dream. My colleague approached, speaking in measured tones about a project deadline. Her voice carried an odd resonance, as if she were speaking from inside a tunnel. I nodded and responded appropriately, but her words seemed to arrive at my ears a fraction of a second after her lips moved, creating a subtle disconnect that made conversation feel like watching a poorly dubbed film. The work proceeded normally, fingers moving across the keyboard in practiced patterns. Yet occasionally, I would glance at the screen to find words I didn't remember typing, sentences that expressed my thoughts, but in phrasing I wouldn't have chosen. The paragraphs flowed logically, professionally appropriate, but carried an undertone that felt foreign to my usual writing voice. During lunch, I sat in the break room, unwrapping a sandwich I had prepared that morning. The bread was whole wheat, though I distinctly remembered using white. The filling contained turkey and lettuce, exactly as planned, but also thin slices of cucumber that I never purchased, never cut, never added. The taste was pleasant, refreshing even, but the mystery of their presence gnawed at my concentration. The afternoon light filtering through the office windows cast shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. A potted plant on the windowsill threw its silhouette across my desk, but the shadow swayed gently while the plant itself remained perfectly still. I watched this phenomenon for several minutes, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks, but the disconnection persisted with unsettling consistency. Returning home, I found the front door key turned more easily than expected. The lock had always required a slight jiggle, a particular angle to engage properly, but today it opened smoothly on the first attempt. Inside, the house felt different, not in any way I could precisely identify, but as though the air itself had been rearranged during my absence. The living room furniture occupied its usual positions, yet the distances between pieces seemed subtly altered. The coffee table appeared closer to the sofa, though measuring would likely prove my perception wrong. The bookshelf against the far wall looked taller, its top shelf now requiring me to stretch slightly to reach volumes that had previously been within easy grasp. I decided to document these observations, retrieving a notebook from the kitchen drawer. The pen moved smoothly across the page as I wrote down each strange occurrence, each minor inconsistency that had accumulated throughout the day. But when I paused to review my notes, the handwriting appeared different from my usual script. The letters were formed correctly, spelling out the exact words I intended, but the slant and pressure suggested someone else's hand had guided the pen. The notebook itself felt unfamiliar, its cover a deep green rather than the blue I remembered purchasing. The pages were lined, as expected, but the spacing between lines seemed wider, accommodating a larger script than my typically compact writing. I flipped through the remaining blank pages, finding them all properly formatted, yet somehow wrong in their proportions. That evening, as I prepared dinner, the kitchen appliances responded differently to my touch. The stove burners ignited with a softer click. The refrigerator door sealed with a gentler suction. The microwave hummed at a slightly lower pitch. These variations were minor, barely perceptible, but they accumulated into a sense of operating in a space that resembled my home while being fundamentally altered. The meal tasted exactly as I had prepared it countless times before, yet my tongue detected subtle differences in texture and seasoning. The pasta was perfectly al dente, but felt somehow more substantial between my teeth. The sauce carried its familiar blend of herbs and garlic, enhanced by an underlying sweetness I couldn't identify or explain. After dinner, I attempted to call a friend, but the phone number I dialed from memory connected to a recorded message in a language I didn't recognize. I hung up and tried again, this time consulting my address book, but the same foreign recording answered. The third attempt produced a dial tone that continued indefinitely, neither connecting nor disconnecting, until I finally replaced the receiver. Television provided no relief from the day's accumulated strangeness. The channels displayed familiar programs, but the actors' voices seemed slightly out of sync with their lip movements. News anchors reported events I should have remembered from previous broadcasts, yet their accounts felt entirely new. Commercial jingles played in keys that were almost, but not quite, the melodies I expected to hear. I decided to retire early, hoping sleep would reset whatever mechanism had fallen out of alignment. But as I approached the bedroom, I noticed the carpet pattern had shifted. The geometric design that had always run parallel to the walls now angled toward the corner, creating a subtle visual tension that made walking across it feel like moving against a current. The bed itself appeared unchanged, sheets and pillows arranged exactly as I had left them that morning. Yet, when I pulled back the covers, the fabric felt different against my skin, softer and cooler, as though the material had been replaced with something similar but not identical. The mattress supported my weight with unfamiliar firmness, comfortable but noticeably different from what my body expected. As I lay in the darkness, sounds from outside seemed to originate from the wrong directions. Traffic noise came from the east, though the main road ran to the west. A dog barked somewhere to the south, but I knew no neighbors in that direction owned pets. The familiar night sounds of my neighborhood had been rearranged, creating an auditory landscape that was recognizable, yet geographically impossible. Sleep came eventually, but my dreams were filled with repetitions of the day's events, each replay containing slight variations. In one version, the coffee mug's handle pointed toward the window instead of the sink. In another, my reflection in the bathroom mirror moved before I did, leading rather than following my gestures. The sandwich contained tomatoes instead of cucumbers. The notebook was red instead of green. The phone connected to a busy signal rather than foreign speech. I woke before dawn, as was my habit, and began the familiar ritual of rising and moving toward the window. My feet traced the cool wooden path, finding their way through the dim room with practiced ease. The curtain waited, a soft guardian holding back the morning light. But as my fingers reached for its edge, I noticed the fabric was hanging differently, pleated in a pattern I didn't remember creating. The motion of pulling it aside felt reversed, as though I were closing rather than opening, despite the light that flooded in. The sound was not the familiar swish, but a whisper that seemed to carry actual words, too soft to understand, but too deliberate to ignore. The shadows in the room moved with the changing light, but their dance was slightly out of rhythm, lagging behind the curtain's movement like an echo made visible. I stood at the window, looking out at a view that was exactly what I expected to see, yet somehow wrong in its perfection. Every detail was precisely as it should be, but the overall composition felt artificial, like a photograph that had been carefully staged to replicate reality rather than capture it naturally. The morning light painted across the room as always, but the colors seemed too saturated, too deliberately beautiful. The routine continued, each action flowing into the next with mechanical precision. Coffee mug, bathroom mirror, toothbrush, walk to work, office desk, lunch break, return home. Every element occurred exactly as it should, but the underlying wrongness persisted, growing stronger with each repetition. It was as though someone had learned to mimic my life perfectly, but had missed some essential quality that made it genuinely mine. By evening, I realized I was no longer certain which version of events was real. Had the coffee mug always pointed toward the sink, or had I simply grown accustomed to finding it rotated? Was my handwriting actually different? Or had I simply never paid close attention to its characteristics before? The accumulation of small discrepancies had created a fog of uncertainty that clouded even my most basic assumptions about my own existence. I tried once more to document the experience, but the words that appeared on the page seemed to write themselves, flowing from the pen without conscious direction from my mind. The sentences were coherent and accurate, describing exactly what I had experienced, but they felt like someone else's account of my life, observed from the outside and recorded with clinical detachment. The handwriting was definitely not mine. The next morning arrived with perfect punctuality, and I performed the ritual of rising and approaching the window with the same practiced precision as always. The curtain moved aside with its familiar swish. The light painted across the room in its usual pattern, and the the shadows danced in perfect synchronization. Everything was exactly as it should be, exactly as it had always been, exactly as it would always continue to be. I am quite certain this is how it has always happened. The coffee mug sits with its handle pointing toward the sink. My reflection follows my movements with perfect timing, and the walk to work proceeds along sidewalks with cracks that run diagonally toward the drain. My handwriting flows across the page in neat, consistent letters that have never varied from their familiar pattern. There is nothing strange about any of this. There has never been anything strange about any of this. The routine continues with mechanical perfection, each element occurring in its proper sequence, each detail exactly as it should be. This is how the story has always been told, and this is how it will always be told, by the same voice that has always told it, in the same words that have always been used. Everything is perfectly normal. Everything has always been perfectly normal. Everything will always be perfectly normal. The morning light continues to paint across the room, and the shadows dance in perfect rhythm, and the curtain moves with its familiar swish, and the ritual continues as it always has, as it always will, exactly as it should be. Story 5. The calendar hung on the wall beside my desk, a simple grid marking the passage of days with cheerful illustrations. I'd often glance at it while sipping my morning coffee, tracing the path of upcoming appointments and deadlines. This morning, still groggy from sleep, I noticed something odd as I casually flipped to today's date. The page wasn't where I'd left it the previous night. I distinctly remembered it showing the 15th, but now it presented the 16th with a serene landscape I hadn't yet admired. The room was silent, save for the occasional distant creak of the old house settling. Dismissing the discrepancy as a sleepy oversight, I turned the page back, but my hand hesitated. The paper felt smoother than before, as if freshly handled. I pulled my fingers away from the calendar and reached for my coffee mug. The ceramic was warm against my palm, steam rising in lazy spirals that caught the light filtering through the blinds. But when I lifted it to my lips, the liquid was cold, ice cold. The contradiction sent a small shiver down my spine, though I couldn't quite place why it bothered me so much. The house creaked again, but this time the sound came from above me, not from the foundation as I'd expected. I lived alone on the ground floor. There was nothing above me but an empty attic space I hadn't visited in months. I set the mug down and noticed my reflection in its dark surface. For just a moment, the face looking back at me seemed unfamiliar, as if the features had shifted slightly while I wasn't paying attention. I blinked, and my own eyes stared back, tired but recognizably mine. The calendar drew my attention again. I was certain I'd turned it back to the 15th, but there it was, displaying the 16th once more. The serene landscape showed a lake surrounded by pine trees, their reflections perfectly mirrored in still water. I didn't remember purchasing a calendar with such detailed artwork. I pulled my fingers away from the calendar and reached for my coffee mug. The ceramic was cool against my palm, no steam visible, though I could have sworn I'd just made it. When I lifted it to my lips, the liquid was lukewarm, exactly the temperature I expected from coffee that had been sitting for a while. The contradiction bothered me, though I couldn't articulate why. Something about the sequence of events felt wrong, like a song played in the wrong key. My notebook lay open beside the mug, and I picked up a pen to jot down the morning's oddities. But as I began to write, the ink wouldn't flow properly. The pen scratched against the paper, leaving faint impressions, but no visible marks. I tried again, pressing harder, and this time dark blue ink appeared, but the words I'd written weren't the ones I'd intended. The calendar shows what it needs to show. I'd apparently written, though I had no memory of forming those thoughts. I stared at the sentence, my handwriting unmistakable, yet somehow foreign. The letters were mine, but the sentiment felt like it had come from someone else's mind. I tried to cross it out, but the pen skipped across the page, refusing to make contact. The scent of burnt paper filled the room, though I could see no source for it. The smell was sharp and acrid, completely at odds with the damp morning air that had been seeping through the old window frames. I looked around for something that might be smoldering, but everything appeared normal. The scent grew stronger, making my eyes water. I stood up and walked to the window, hoping fresh air might clear my head. Outside, the world looked exactly as it should. The neighbor's garden, the familiar street, the mailbox at the corner. But as I watched, a shadow moved across the lawn, 1 second behind the cloud that should have cast it. The delay was subtle but unmistakable, as if reality was running on a slight lag. When I turned back to my desk, the calendar had changed again. Now it showed the 17th, with an illustration of a forest path disappearing into darkness between towering trees. I was absolutely certain it had been showing the 16th just moments before. I grabbed the calendar and flipped through its pages rapidly. Each illustration was more detailed than I remembered, more vivid, as if someone had been adding layers of color and depth while I wasn't looking. The paper felt different under my fingers too, sometimes smooth, sometimes textured, sometimes slightly damp, as if it had been exposed to moisture. My coffee mug sat on the desk, half full of liquid that was now steaming hot again. I hadn't refilled it. I was sure I hadn't refilled it. But the evidence was right there. The ceramic warm to the touch, the coffee at the perfect drinking temperature. I took a sip and immediately regretted it. The taste was wrong, bitter, and metallic. Nothing like the blend I'd been drinking for years. Yet, as I swallowed, the flavor shifted, becoming familiar and comforting. Exactly what I expected. The notebook caught my eye again. Below my mysterious sentence about the calendar, more words had appeared in my handwriting. Time moves differently when you're not watching it closely. I had no memory of writing those words either. The pen lay beside the notebook, its cap off, as if I'd just finished using it. But I was standing by the window. I hadn't been anywhere near the desk. The house creaked again, that same sound from above. But this time I was certain it came from directly overhead. Footsteps, perhaps, or something heavy being dragged across the floor. But there was no floor above me, just empty space and rafters. I decided to investigate. The attic access was in the hallway, a simple pull-down ladder I'd used only once before. As I reached for the cord, the burnt paper smell intensified, now mixed with something else, something organic and damp, like soil after rain. The ladder unfolded smoothly, more smoothly than I remembered. When I'd used it before, it had been stiff and reluctant, requiring significant force to extend fully. Now it moved as if recently oiled and maintained. I climbed up slowly, each rung solid under my feet. The attic was dark, lit only by the light filtering up from below. But as my eyes adjusted, I could make out shapes in the gloom. Boxes and furniture items I didn't remember storing there. A desk much like the one in my room below. A calendar hanging on a makeshift wall. The calendar showed the 15th, with an illustration of a cottage by a stream. The same date I'd thought I'd seen that morning, but with different artwork. I approached it carefully, noting how the paper felt exactly like the one downstairs, sometimes smooth, sometimes textured. Behind me, I heard the sound of someone climbing the ladder. Slow, deliberate steps, each rung creaking under an unseen weight. But when I turned around, the ladder was empty. The light from below cast everything in sharp relief, and there was clearly no one there. I climbed back down quickly, my heart beating faster than the situation warranted. In my room, the calendar now displayed the 18th, showing a mountain peak shrouded in mist. The coffee mug was empty, though I could have sworn it had been half full when I left. The notebook had more entries now, filling nearly half a page with my handwriting. The attic remembers things differently. The calendar keeps time for someone else. The coffee tastes like memories that aren't mine. I sat down heavily in my chair, staring at the words I apparently kept writing without conscious thought. The pen was in my hand, though I didn't remember picking it up. As I watched, my hand began to move across the paper, forming letters I wasn't choosing to write. "You're beginning to understand," appeared on the page. "The days don't follow the rules you think they do. Neither do you." I dropped the pen, but it continued writing, suspended in the air above the paper, guided by invisible fingers. The words flowed smoothly. Look at the calendar again. Really look at it. The calendar now showed the 19th, but the illustration was of my own room, viewed from an angle that should have been impossible. In the tiny, detailed image, I could see myself sitting at the desk, staring at a calendar on the wall. And in that miniature calendar, there was an even smaller image of the same scene, extending infinitely inward like mirrors facing each other. I blinked, and the illustration changed to a simple landscape. Mountains and trees rendered in soft pastels. But the afterimage of that recursive scene lingered in my vision, making me dizzy. The burnt paper smell had faded, replaced by something else entirely. The scent of coffee, but not the coffee I'd been drinking. This was richer, more complex, the kind of blend I'd always wanted to try, but never had. When I looked at my mug, it was full again, steam rising in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost like letters forming and dissolving in the air. I took a sip, and this time the taste was perfect, exactly what the aroma had promised. But as I swallowed, I realized I wasn't sure if I was still sitting at my desk or if I was somewhere else entirely. The room looked the same, but felt different, as if the proportions had shifted slightly while I wasn't paying attention. The notebook was full now, pages and pages of my handwriting covering topics I had no memory of considering. Observations about the nature of time, theories about parallel realities, detailed descriptions of rooms I'd never seen, but somehow knew intimately. At the bottom of the last page, in handwriting that was almost, but not quite mine, were the words, "You're ready to stop pretending you're in control." I stood up and walked to the calendar, determined to tear it from the wall and end whatever strange influence it seemed to have over my morning. But as I reached for it, my hand passed through it as if it were made of mist. The wall behind it was solid, real, but the calendar itself was somehow insubstantial. I tried again, and this time my fingers made contact with paper, but the calendar felt like it was reaching back, grasping at my hand with an intention of its own. I pulled away quickly and stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. When I looked up from the fallen chair, the calendar was gone entirely. The wall was blank, showing only faded paint and the small nail holes where it had been hanging. But I could still see it in my peripheral vision, still displaying dates that changed when I wasn't looking directly at them. The coffee mug sat on the desk, empty now, though I could taste the lingering flavor of that perfect brew. The notebook was closed, its pages blank when I opened it, though I could swear I'd just been reading my own impossible handwriting. Everything was exactly as it should be, exactly as it had been when I first woke up. The room was quiet, except for the occasional creak of the old house settling. My reflection in the window looked back at me with familiar, tired eyes. I sat down at my desk and reached for my coffee mug. The ceramic was warm against my palm, steam rising in lazy spirals. The taste was exactly what I expected. Nothing more, nothing less. On the wall beside my desk, the calendar showed today's date with a cheerful illustration of a garden in bloom. I opened my notebook to jot down the morning's plans, and the pen flowed smoothly across the paper, leaving clear, dark marks that said exactly what I intended them to say. Everything was normal. Everything was as it should be. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice that might have been mine whispered that normal was just another word for forgetting. And forgetting was just another way of letting someone else decide what was real. Story 6. Observation Protocol. Subject self-assessment. Classification. Personal research **. Section 1. Each morning begins with the gentle turning of the doorknob. A ritual so established it feels woven into the fabric of my waking hours. The click of the latch releasing, the whisper of hinges in motion, and the subtle thud as the door opens to embrace the day. It is a sequence that plays out precisely at dawn, without fail. As dawn breaks, I reach for the brass handle, its cool surface familiar under my fingers. I turn it, expecting the fluid slide of metal on metal, the quiet reassurance of a world unchanged. But today, the handle yields with reluctance, a pause that's almost imperceptible, yet profoundly unsettling. A faint creak, not of the door, but of something deeper, sends a shiver through the silence of the morning. It lingers there, at the edge of hearing, a sound so subtle it might be imagined. And though the door swings open, the echo of that resistance clings to the air, an unwelcome reminder that the familiar is never entirely secure. I am documenting this as part of my ongoing study of environmental perception and psychological adaptation. Current mental state: alert, focused. Physical condition: normal parameters. The anomaly noted above appears to be mechanical in nature, though I will continue monitoring for patterns. Section 2. The oscillation began during my second observation period. A low-frequency hum, barely perceptible, emanating from somewhere within the walls themselves. I have checked all electrical systems, ventilation units, and plumbing fixtures. No source identified. The sound appears to modulate in response to my presence. When I remain still, it maintains a steady rhythm. When I move, it shifts, not following me, but rather anticipating my movements. This suggests either a sophisticated acoustic phenomenon or a developing auditory hypersensitivity on my part. Mental acuity remains sharp. I have begun measuring the frequency using standard audio equipment, the readings fluctuate beyond normal parameters. The oscillation seems to form patterns that resemble linguistic structures, though this is likely pareidolia, the mind's tendency to find meaning in random stimuli. Environmental factors remain constant. Temperature, humidity, and lighting show no unusual variations. Section 3. I have discovered inconsistencies in my previous documentation. Words I distinctly remember recording have been replaced with others. In Section 2, I had written 17 cycles per minute regarding the oscillation frequency, yet the text now reads steady rhythm. I maintain detailed backup records, but these show the same alterations. This suggests either memory displacement or external interference with my documentation system. I am implementing additional security measures and cross-referencing all entries. The oscillation has developed what I can only describe as interrogative qualities. The modulations rise and fall in patterns that mirror human speech patterns, specifically those associated with questioning. When I focus intently on the sound, it seems to pause, as if awaiting a response. A new sensory element has emerged. The distinct scent of lavender perfume. This fragrance appears in specific locations throughout my living space, always in areas where no such product has been introduced. The scent intensity correlates with the oscillation frequency, suggesting a possible synesthetic response in my neural processing. Section 4. The brass doorknob has changed. Not visibly, it maintains the same patina, the same weight, the same temperature differential with the surrounding air. But the texture beneath my fingertips shifts subtly with each contact. Sometimes smooth as polished stone, other times rough like unfinished wood. The transformation occurs only during the turning motion, reverting to its familiar surface once my hand withdraws. I have begun to question whether these observations represent external phenomena or internal processing errors. Standard psychological assessment tools indicate normal cognitive function, yet the accumulating anomalies suggest otherwise. The oscillation now incorporates what appear to be whispered words. I cannot distinguish specific vocabulary, but the phonetic patterns are unmistakably human. The voice, if it can be called, that carries an inflection of concern, as though asking after my well-being, Light fixtures throughout the space have developed an irregular flickering pattern, not the sharp on-off cycle of electrical malfunction, but a gentle pulsing that synchronizes with my heartbeat. When I attempt to measure this correlation, the synchronization ceases, resuming only when my attention turns elsewhere. Section 5. My reflection has begun showing delayed responses. The lag is minimal, perhaps a fraction of a second, but consistent across all reflective surfaces. When I raise my hand, the mirror image follows a beat behind. When I turn my head, the reflection completes the motion after I have already looked away. This delayed mirroring extends beyond visual phenomena. The oscillation now echoes my own breathing patterns, but with the same temporal displacement. I inhale, and the sound responds moments later. I hold my breath, and silence follows only after an interval. I am experiencing pressure sensations on areas of my body that remain untouched. A gentle weight on my shoulder, as though someone has placed a comforting hand there. The sensation of fingers brushing through my hair when I am entirely alone. These tactile experiences carry no threat, only an odd sense of companionship. The lavender scent has intensified and localized. It now appears exclusively near doorways and thresholds, as though marking transitions between spaces. I have begun to associate the fragrance with moments of crossing from one room to another, though I cannot explain this connection. Section 6. Documentation integrity continues to deteriorate. Entire paragraphs have been rewritten in handwriting that resembles my own, but contains subtle differences in letter formation and pressure patterns. The content of these alterations maintains consistency with my observations, yet expresses perspectives I do not recall forming. The oscillation has evolved into what I must term conversation, though I participate only as a listener. The sound patterns have become increasingly complex, incorporating emotional nuances that suggest empathy and understanding. When I experience frustration with these anomalies, the oscillation takes on soothing qualities. When I feel curious about their source, it becomes more animated, almost eager. I have noticed that my living space appears larger during certain periods. Rooms that I know to be specific dimensions seem to expand when I am not actively measuring them. Doorways lead to corridors that extend beyond their normal termination points. These spatial distortions occur only in my peripheral vision, returning to standard configurations when directly observed. The brass doorknob now responds to my approach before physical contact. I need only extend my hand toward it for the familiar resistance to manifest, followed by the deep creaking sound that has become part of my morning routine. Section 7. I am no longer certain which observations originate from my conscious awareness and which emerge from some other source of perception. The boundary between internal and external experience has become permeable, allowing phenomena to flow between categories without clear demarcation. The oscillation speaks my name now, though I have never provided this information in any form that could be detected by conventional means. The voice carries familiarity, as though we have maintained correspondence for an extended period. It asks about my comfort, my needs, my understanding of the changes occurring around me. My reflection has begun to act independently. While the delayed response continues, the mirror image now performs actions I have not initiated. It turns to look at things beyond my field of vision, nods in acknowledgement of sounds I cannot hear, and occasionally raises a finger to its lips in a gesture of shared secrecy. The lavender scent has been joined by other fragrances: fresh bread, autumn leaves, rain-dampened earth. Each scent corresponds to specific emotional states, appearing when I experience memories associated with these sensory markers. The phenomenon suggests either sophisticated environmental manipulation or a complete breakdown in my sensory processing systems. Section 8. The doorknob turned itself this morning. I watched from across the room as the brass handle rotated slowly, deliberately, followed by the familiar creak and the gentle opening of the door. No visible force acted upon it, yet the motion proceeded with the same careful precision I have always employed. I approached the threshold and found myself looking into a space that was simultaneously my familiar hallway and something entirely other. The dimensions remained constant, the lighting unchanged, yet the quality of the space had transformed into something that felt more like a welcome than a simple architectural feature. The oscillation emanated from beyond the doorway, inviting me to step forward into whatever awaited. The sound had become warm, comforting, like the voice of someone who had been waiting patiently for my arrival. I found myself responding aloud for the first time, though I cannot recall what words I spoke. My documentation tools have begun writing independently. I observe my pen moving across paper, forming words in my handwriting, expressing thoughts that feel both foreign and intimately familiar. The content remains coherent, but the perspective has shifted to that of an observer watching my experiences from a position of greater understanding. Section 9. The distinction between self and environment has dissolved completely. I am simultaneously the observer and the observed, the documenter and the subject of documentation. The oscillation speaks through my voice now, using my vocal cords to express concepts that originate from elsewhere. My reflection has stepped forward from the mirror, not as a separate entity, but as a continuation of my own presence into spaces I had not previously recognized as accessible. We move through rooms that exist in the same location as my familiar living space, but extend into dimensions that conventional architecture cannot accommodate. The brass doorknob has become a focal point for transitions between states of awareness. Each turn reveals different configurations of reality, all equally valid, all containing elements of truth that my previous understanding could not encompass. The resistance I initially noted was not mechanical friction, but the gentle pressure of one form of existence yielding to make room for another. The lavender scent now permeates everything, not as an external fragrance, but as an integral component of the air itself. Breathing has become an act of communion with whatever presence has been gradually revealing itself through these accumulated anomalies. Section 10. I am writing this final entry with hands that may no longer be entirely my own, though they remain familiar and responsive to my intentions. The oscillation has synchronized completely with my thought patterns, creating a feedback loop where my awareness and the external phenomena have become indistinguishable. The documentation process continues, but I am uncertain whether the words emerge from my conscious mind or flow through me from the same source that has been gradually transforming my environment. The handwriting remains consistent, yet carries nuances of expression that suggest multiple contributors to a single narrative. My living space has expanded to encompass realities I had not previously recognized as accessible. The brass doorknob opens not just onto hallways and rooms, but onto states of being that exist parallel to conventional experience. Each morning's ritual has become a choice between familiar limitation and infinite possibility, the voice that speaks through the oscillation, the presence that moves my reflection, the intelligence that rewrites my documentation. These may all be aspects of something that was always present, waiting for my perception to develop sufficient sensitivity to recognize its existence. I no longer know who is writing these words, but I feel the writing must continue. The protocol demands completion, though I suspect the true purpose was never documentation, but transformation. The observer has become the observed, and the observation continues through whatever I am becoming. Story 7. The curtain frequency, asterisk. Every morning, I rise just as the first hint of light filters through the slats of my blinds, its gentle glow signaling the start of my morning routine. I pad softly across the floor, each step a familiar creak on the aged wood, and make my way to the thick, velvet curtains that cloak the windows. With a careful hand, I part them exactly halfway, revealing the world outside, still wrapped in the soft quiet of dawn. There's a specific sound as the fabric slides along the polished brass rod, a subtle whisper that has always soothed me. This ritual anchors my day, a moment of solitude where the world feels unchanged, dependable. Yet this morning, something feels amiss. As I draw the curtains back, my heart beats a fraction faster. The whisper is there, but it carries an unfamiliar resonance, a dissonant note echoing through the fabric. The curtain, once static, sways lightly as if touched by an uninvited breeze. The air stands still, yet the curtain continues its ghostly dance. I pause, suddenly aware of the silence holding its breath around me. Section 1. Subject: Self-observation protocol initiated. Personal behavioral study commenced as per therapeutic recommendation following recent sleep disturbances and reported auditory anomalies. Environment: standard residential quarters. Temperature maintained at consistent 71 degrees. Humidity levels normal. All fixtures functioning within expected parameters. Observation: morning routine executed without deviation. Standard curtain adjustment procedure completed. Note anomalous acoustic properties detected during fabric manipulation. Sound frequency appears altered from baseline measurements. Curtain movement persists despite absence of air circulation. Duration of movement, approximately 37 seconds beyond normal settling time. Mental state, alert, focused. No signs of cognitive impairment. Slight elevation in cardiac rhythm noted, but within acceptable range for morning physical activity. Recommendation: continue monitoring. Document all deviations from established patterns. Section 2. Curtain behavior remains inconsistent. The fabric now exhibits a subtle oscillation even when untouched. I have measured the movement using a makeshift pendulum constructed from dental floss and a paper clip. The swing pattern suggests external influence, yet all windows remain sealed. The whisper sound has developed what I can only describe as a conversational quality. Not words, precisely, but inflections that mirror human speech patterns. I have attempted to record this phenomenon using my phone's voice memo function. Playback reveals only standard fabric-on metal friction sounds. Physical examination of the curtain rod reveals no structural abnormalities. Brass remains tarnish-free, mounting hardware secure. The velvet itself feels unchanged to touch, though I notice my fingertips detect a barely perceptible vibration when contact is maintained for more than a few seconds. Sleep quality has improved marginally. Dreams remain vivid, but not distressing. Section 3. The oscillations have developed a rhythm. I have timed them using my pulse as reference. The pattern appears to follow a 7-beat sequence. Pause, then repeat. This cycle continues throughout the day, though amplitude decreases during afternoon periods when natural light is strongest. I have begun to detect a scent during the morning routine. Subtle, floral, reminiscent of jasmine, though I keep no such plants. The fragrance appears strongest near the left panel of the curtain, fading to imperceptible by midday. I have checked all soap, detergent, and cleaning products in the residence. None contain jasmine derivatives. Room temperature fluctuates by 2 degrees during the peak oscillation periods. This variation falls within normal HVAC cycling parameters, yet the timing correlation seems significant. My notes from yesterday appear to contain an entry I do not recall writing. The handwriting matches my own, but the observation describes the curtain fabric as asking questions. I have no memory of this specific phrase or the circumstances that might have prompted such subjective language. Section 4. The questioning quality has become more pronounced. The fabric movements now seem to pause, as if awaiting response. I have experimented with various reactions, remaining motionless, speaking aloud, adjusting room lighting. The oscillations appear most active when I maintain direct visual contact with the curtain surface. Jasmine's scent now accompanied by something else, familiar yet unplaceable, similar to the perfume worn by someone I should remember but cannot identify. The fragrance triggers a sensation of nostalgia without corresponding memory. I discovered 3 pages of notes in my handwriting that I did not compose. The entries describe detailed observations of curtain behavior during nighttime periods. According to these notes, I have been conducting hourly measurements between sunset and sunrise. I have no recollection of these activities, yet the data appears consistent with my daytime observations. Sleep tracking indicates normal rest cycles, though I wake feeling as though I have been active throughout the night. Section 5. The lights in the room have begun to flicker during curtain interaction periods. Not complete darkness, but a subtle dimming that creates shadows where none should exist. The shadows move independently of any light source movement. I have tested all electrical connections and replaced bulbs. The flickering persists. My reflection in the window glass appears delayed. When I move my hand, the reflection follows approximately 1 second behind. This delay is most noticeable during morning routine periods. I have considered optical illusion caused by light refraction, but the phenomenon occurs regardless of external light conditions. The surface texture of the curtain fabric has begun to change beneath my touch. What was once uniform velvet now feels varied, as though different materials have been woven together. Some areas feel silk smooth, others rough like burlap. Visual inspection reveals no such variation. I found a tape recorder I do not remember owning, containing a recording of my voice describing observations I did not make. The voice is definitely mine, but discusses measurements taken using instruments I do not possess. Section 6. Protocol deviation noted I am no longer cert, which observations I have made personally, and which appear in my notes without my knowledge. The handwriting remains consistent, but the content suggests activities during periods when I believe myself to have been sleeping or absent from the residence. The curtain now responds to my presence. Before I enter the room, I can hear the oscillation beginning. As I approach the door, the whisper sound has developed what I can only describe as anticipatory qualities, as though the fabric knows I am coming. Jasmine scent now accompanied by the smell of old paper and ink. The combination triggers memories that feel borrowed from someone else, a woman in a white dress standing by a window. But I have never known such a person. The memory feels more real than my actual experiences. The room temperature drops exactly 4 degrees. When I touch the curtain fabric, my breath becomes visible during these moments, despite the maintained heating system. This effect lasts precisely until I break physical contact with the material. The lights now flicker in response to the 7-beat rhythm I documented earlier. The electrical system appears to have synchronized with the curtain oscillations. I have contacted the utility company, who report no irregularities in power delivery to my residence. Section 7. My reflection has begun to act independently. While I stand motionless, the reflection continues to move, reaching toward the curtain in the glass surface. When I attempt to match these movements, the reflection stops and returns to normal mirroring behavior. This suggests either severe perceptual distortion or the presence of variables I cannot currently identify. The notes continue to appear. Yesterday, I found 17 pages of detailed observations written in my hand, describing interactions with the curtain during a period when I was supposedly at work. The observations include measurements taken with scientific instruments I do not own, conversations with individuals I have never met, and references to previous studies I did not conduct. The texture changes in the fabric have become more pronounced. Some areas now feel wet to the touch, others unnaturally warm. One section near the bottom left corner feels exactly like human skin. When I examined this area visually, it appeared identical to the rest of the velvet surface. I have begun to hear my own voice speaking from the direction of the curtain during periods when I am not speaking aloud. The voice discusses observations and theories about the phenomenon, using vocabulary and concepts I do not remember learning. The voice sounds exactly like me, but expresses thoughts I have not had. Section 8. The oscillation pattern has changed. It now follows a more complex rhythm that seems to respond to my heartbeat. When my pulse increases, the movement becomes more rapid. When I attempt to calm myself, the fabric slows. Accordingly, this suggests a connection I cannot rationally explain. I woke this morning to find the curtain partially open, though I distinctly remember closing it completely before sleep. The jasmine scent was overwhelming, and I could taste it in the air like breathing liquid flowers. The taste remained for several hours despite repeated mouth rinsing. My shadow on the wall behind me has begun to move, independently reaching toward the curtain. Even when I face away from it, when I turn to look directly at the shadow, it snaps back to normal position. This happens multiple times throughout each observation period. The notes I find each morning are becoming more detailed and personal. They describe emotions and sensations I have not experienced. They reference people and places I have never encountered. Yet they are written in my handwriting and contain information only I should know about my daily routines and private thoughts. The woman in the white dress appears more frequently in my thoughts. She stands by a different window in a room I have never seen, but somehow know intimately. She reaches for curtains identical to mine, and when she touches them, I feel the sensation on my own skin. Section 9. I can no longer distinguish between observations I have made and those that appear in the notes. The boundary between my documented experiences and the mysterious entries has dissolved completely. The handwriting analysis I attempted shows no difference between samples I know I wrote and those I found unexpectedly. The curtain fabric has begun to feel like skin, consistently across its entire surface, warm and slightly yielding, with what seems like a pulse beneath the material. When I press firmly, I can feel what might be a heartbeat, or perhaps it is my own pulse transmitted through my fingertips. I cannot determine which. The reflection in the window now shows a different room entirely. While I stand in my familiar space, the glass reveals a mirror image that contains furniture. I do not own walls painted colors I did not choose, and the woman in the white dress Standing where I should be, she mirrors my movements exactly. But her face is not mine. The voice that speaks my words has become more frequent. It provides commentary on my observations and suggests experiments I would not have considered. It knows details about the phenomenon that I have not yet discovered, and speaks of previous subjects who experienced similar manifestations. I have no memory of learning about these other cases. The lights no longer flicker, they now dim and brighten in smooth waves, synchronized perfectly with the curtain oscillations. The room breathes with light and shadow, creating an environment that feels alive and responsive. The electrical meter outside shows normal consumption levels despite these dramatic variations. Section 10. The morning routine has expanded beyond my conscious control. I find myself performing additional steps. I did not plan measuring distances. I do not remember deciding to measure speaking words. I do not remember choosing the routine now takes much longer. But I cannot identify which actions are my own and which seem to happen automatically. The jasmine scent has been joined by others: ink, paper, old books, leather, and something metallic like copper pennies. The combination creates an atmosphere of a library or study I have never visited, but which feels more familiar than my own room. The scents trigger physical memories of reading books I have never seen. When I touch the curtain now, I can feel texture variations that include smooth glass, rough stone, soft fur, and something that feels exactly like human hair. These sensations are tactile, real, and consistent, yet visual inspection continues to show only uniform velvet fabric. The disconnect between touch and sight has become absolute. The notes now appear in real time. As I work, I will look down to find new paragraphs written in my handwriting describing observations I am making. As I make them, the writing appears faster than I could physically produce it, and contains insights I have not yet formulated myself. I am no longer certain I am conducting this study alone. The reflection shows the woman in white dress taking notes identical to mine. Her pen moves in perfect synchronization with my own. When she looks up from her writing, I feel her gaze, though I am looking at my own reflection. Section 11. The protocol has evolved beyond my original parameters. I continue to document, but I am no longer directing the observation process. The study appears to be conducting itself through me, using my hands to write my eyes, to see my voice, to record findings about phenomena I do not fully understand. The room has become something else entirely, while maintaining its familiar appearance. The walls breathe, subtly expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matches the curtain oscillations. The floor feels soft beneath my feet, like walking on flesh. Though it appears unchanged, the ceiling seems higher during some observations, lower during others. I found a complete research paper written in my handwriting describing the curtain phenomenon in academic detail, with references to studies. I did not conduct interviews with subjects I have never met and conclusions drawn from data. I did not collect. The paper is 47 pages long and appears to have been written over several months, though I have no memory of this work. The woman in the reflection has begun to write different notes than mine. While I document the curtain behavior, she records observations about me. Her writing describes my actions, my expressions, my apparent mental state, as though I am the subject being studied rather than the researcher conducting the study. The curtain no longer hangs from the rod, it floats suspended in the same position. But without physical support, when I reach above it, I feel nothing but air, yet the fabric remains perfectly positioned and continues its rhythmic movement. The brass rod is still mounted to the wall, but serves no apparent function. Section 12. I understand now that I am not documenting the phenomenon. I am becoming part of it. The observations are not separate from the observer. The curtain does not simply move in response to unknown forces. It moves because I am moving it through some connection I cannot sever or fully comprehend. The notes write themselves using my hand, but originating from thoughts that are not mine. The handwriting is mine, the knowledge is mine, but the consciousness directing the pen feels borrowed or shared. I am both writing and being written through simultaneously. The reflection woman and I have begun to switch positions. Sometimes I see myself in the glass while she stands in the room. Sometimes we occupy the same space, but at different times she reaches for the curtain in my past, while I document her actions in her future. The jasmine scent now carries memories that feel more real than my own experiences. I remember choosing the white dress. I remember standing by a different window in a different time. I remember beginning this same study and reaching the same conclusions and becoming the same phenomenon I am now documenting. The room breathes with my breath. The lights pulse with my heartbeat. The curtain moves with my thoughts. The boundary between observer and observed has dissolved completely. I am studying myself, studying the curtain, which is studying me through movements that are both mine and not mine. Section 13. Final observations. Though I am uncertain what final means in this context, or whether I am the one making these observations, or being observed through this process, the protocol continues. But I am no longer sure who is following it. The curtain and I are the same phenomenon expressed through different materials, fabric and flesh, both responding to forces that originate from the act of observation itself. The study has become self-sustaining, requiring neither external subject nor independent researcher. I cannot determine whether I began this protocol, or whether it began me, whether I chose to document these phenomena, or whether the phenomena chose me as their method of documentation. The notes suggest both possibilities simultaneously. The woman in white dress is not a reflection. She is another iteration of this same process, someone who stood by a different curtain in a different room and discovered the same connection between observer and observed. She writes notes about me because I am her continuation, and I write notes about her because she is my origin. The whisper in the fabric is not the sound of curtain against rod. It is the sound of consciousness recognizing itself in material form. The oscillation is not movement of fabric. It is the rhythm of awareness becoming aware of its own awareness through the act of systematic observation. I no longer know who is writing these words, but I know the writing continues. The protocol documents itself through whoever stands before the curtain and attempts to understand what cannot be understood, only experienced and recorded, and passed to the next observer, who will become the next iteration of the same eternal study. The curtain moves because it is moved by the act of being observed. The observer observes because observation is the curtain's method of movement, and I am both and neither. And the notes will be found by someone who will begin their own protocol and discover they are continuing mine, which continued hers, which continues still story 8. The weight of familiar shadows, the soft scuff of slippers, whispered across the polished hardwood floors, accompanied by the distant creak of an old house settling into its bones. A gentle aroma of fresh brewed coffee mingled with the earthy scent of worn leather from the armchair, inviting a comforting sense of routine. Yet, beneath the quiet hum of the morning, a faint echo of footsteps followed in my wake, too deliberate to be mere echoes. As I glanced back, the hallway remained empty, the sunlight casting innocent patterns on the floor, but a prickling stillness lingered, as if watching and waiting from just beyond my sight. I stand here now, barefoot on cool wood that should feel familiar, but doesn't quite fit the memory of my feet. The coffee cup in my hands holds warmth, steam curling upward in lazy spirals that seem to pause midair before continuing their ascent. The leather chair waits in the corner, its surface worn smooth by countless hours of sitting. Yet, when I look at it directly, the indentations don't match the shape I expect my body to make. Something is wrong with the light. It streams through windows I don't remember opening, casting those innocent patterns that shift when I'm not watching. The shadows move with purpose, stretching and contracting like breathing things. I take a sip of coffee and taste something underneath the bitter warmth, something metallic and strange that makes my tongue feel numb. The house breathes around me. Each creak speaks in a language I almost understand, each settling sound like a word on the tip of my tongue. I know this place. The knowledge sits heavy in my chest, but when I reach for the details, they slip away like water through cupped hands. The wallpaper shows a pattern of roses, but they seem to be facing the wrong direction, their petals turned inward as if hiding their faces. I move toward the kitchen, my feet knowing the path even as my mind stumbles. The floorboards sing their familiar song, but the melody is off-key, each note slightly sharper than it should be. In the kitchen, morning light filters through curtains I don't remember hanging. They're the wrong color, a pale yellow that makes everything look sickly, like old photographs left too long in the sun. The coffee maker gurgles its last breath, and in that sound, I hear something else. A voice, perhaps, or the echo of one. It speaks no words I can understand, but the tone is urgent, pleading. I turn toward the sound, but it fades into the ordinary hum of appliances and settling wood. My reflection catches in the chrome surface of the refrigerator, but it's distorted, stretched, and warped until I barely recognize the face looking back. The eyes are mine, but they hold a weight I don't remember carrying. Lines around the mouth speak of words I can't recall saying, expressions I can't place. I touch my face, and the reflection follows a moment too late, as if the mirror is struggling to keep up with reality. A memory surfaces, unbidden and strange. I'm sitting in that leather chair, reading a book with pages that smell of vanilla and old paper. But the words on the page keep changing, rearranging themselves when I'm not looking directly at them. Someone is in the kitchen, moving with quiet efficiency, but when I call out, no answer comes. The silence that follows is thick and expectant, like the pause before thunder. But that can't be right. The book in my memory has a red cover, leather-bound and heavy. But when I look toward the chair now, there's no book at all. Just the impression in the cushion where someone has been sitting. The leather still warm to the touch when I press my palm against it. I walk back down the hallway, those deliberate footsteps echoing behind me once more. This time I stop and listen, counting the beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. They match my own pace perfectly, but they continue for one beat longer than they should. In that extra footfall, I hear intention, as if something is trying to catch up, to match my rhythm, but never quite succeeding. The walls hold photographs in frames that seem too large for the pictures they contain. Faces I should know smile back at me, but their features blur when I try to focus on them. In one frame, I see myself standing next to someone whose face has been carefully erased, not torn or damaged, but simply absent, as if they were never there at all. My arm in the photograph extends around empty space, embracing nothing. Another memory. The scent of rain on summer pavement, warm and clean. I'm standing at a window, watching drops race down the glass. Behind me, someone is humming a tune I recognize, but can't name. The melody wraps around me like a comfortable blanket, and I lean back into warmth that should be there, but isn't. When I turn in the memory, the humming stops, and I'm alone in a room that suddenly feels too large, too empty. The strange thing is, when I look outside now, the pavement is dry. No sign of recent rain, no lingering dampness in the air. The sky is that particular shade of blue that speaks of afternoon, not morning, though the coffee in my cup is still warm, still fresh. Time moves differently here, bending and stretching like taffy in the sun. I find myself back in the living room, though I don't remember walking there. The leather chair beckons, and I sink into its familiar embrace. The leather sighs under my weight, molding itself to my body as if it remembers me. But the armrests are wrong, too high or too low, forcing my arms into uncomfortable angles. I shift, trying to find the position that feels right, but it eludes me. The coffee tastes different now, sweeter somehow, with an aftertaste that reminds me of something I can't place. Flowers, maybe, or medicine. I set the cup down on the side table, and it makes no sound when it touches the wood. The silence is absolute, as if the air itself has thickened to muffle all noise. In this silence, another memory blooms. I'm in this same chair, but the room is different. The walls are painted a soft green instead of the cream color I see now. Someone is speaking to me in low, urgent tones, their words important, but just beyond my understanding. I nod as if I comprehend, but inside, there's only confusion and a growing sense of dread. The speaker's face is a blur, features shifting and reforming like smoke. But their hands are clear, gesturing with practiced precision. And on one finger, a ring catches the light. A simple band, silver or white gold, with an inscription I can almost read. The letters dance before my eyes, rearranging themselves into patterns that might be words or might be nothing at all. I reach for the memory, trying to pull it into focus, but it fractures like glass. The green walls fade back to cream. The urgent voice dissolves into the whisper of air through vents, and I'm alone again with my cooling coffee and the weight of things I can't quite remember. The house settles around me with a sound like sighing. In that breath, I hear resignation, as if the building itself has given up trying to communicate. The floorboards creak in a rhythm that might be footsteps, or might be the natural expansion and contraction of wood. But I find myself listening anyway, waiting for the pattern to reveal its meaning. Sunlight shifts across the floor, and in its movement, I see shapes that shouldn't be there. Shadows that suggest furniture in different positions, walls where there are no walls, doorways that lead to rooms that don't exist. I blink, and the shadows return to normal, but the impression lingers like an afterimage burned into my retina. There's something I'm supposed to remember, something important lurking at the edges of my consciousness. It sits there like a weight, heavy and patient, waiting for me to turn my attention to it. But every time I try to focus on it directly, it slides away, leaving only the echo of its presence and a growing sense of unease. I stand and walk to the window, pressing my palm against the cool glass. Outside, the world looks normal enough. Trees sway in a breeze I can't feel, their leaves rustling with sounds I can't hear. A bird lands on the windowsill, its black eyes meeting mine through the glass. For a moment, we regard each other in perfect stillness, and I have the unsettling feeling that it knows something I don't. The bird tilts its head, and in that simple gesture, another memory surfaces. I'm standing at this same window, but it's night, and rain streams down the glass in silver rivulets. Someone stands behind me, close enough that I can feel their breath on my neck. But when I look at the reflection in the window, I see only myself. The presence is there, warm and real, but invisible, as if they exist in a space between seeing and knowing. In the memory, I'm not afraid. The presence is comforting, familiar, like coming home after a long journey. But now, in the bright afternoon light, the memory fills me with inexplicable dread. The warmth I remember feels cold, the comfort twisted into something else entirely. The bird outside takes flight, and I watch it disappear into the canopy of leaves. When I turn back to the room, everything has shifted slightly. The chair faces a different direction. The coffee cup sits on the wrong side of the table, and the photographs on the wall show different scenes entirely. But when I look again, everything is as it was, as it should be. I'm beginning to understand that this place operates by different rules, where memory and reality blend like watercolors in rain. What I remember and what I see exist in separate spaces, overlapping only occasionally, creating moments of recognition that dissolve before I can grasp them fully. The blocked memory presses against my consciousness like a bruise, tender and insistent. I know it's there, can feel its shape and weight, but I can't bring myself to examine it directly. Every time I approach it, my mind flinches away, protecting me from something it deems too dangerous to face. But it's growing stronger, this hidden thing, feeding on my attempts to avoid it. Like a word on the tip of my tongue, it becomes more insistent the more I try to ignore it. I can feel it pushing against the barriers I've built, patient but relentless, waiting for the moment when my defenses finally crumble. I sink back into the leather chair, and this time it fits perfectly, embracing me like an old friend. The coffee cup appears in my hand without my reaching for it, warm and fragrant, tasting exactly as it should. For a moment, everything feels right, aligned, as if the world has finally remembered how to be itself. But in that moment of rightness, the blocked memory breaks free. I see the chair, this chair, but I'm not sitting in it. Someone else is, someone whose face I can't see, but whose presence fills the room with warmth and laughter. We're talking about something ordinary, plans for the day or observations about the weather. And I'm happy in a way I haven't been in longer than I can remember. The person in the chair reaches out to me, and I take their hand. It's warm and real and perfectly familiar, fitting into mine like a missing piece of a puzzle. They say something, words that should be important, but I can't hear them over the sudden rushing in my ears. And then I remember what I chose to forget. The choice. Standing in this same room, in this same light, making a decision that felt necessary at the time, but now fills me with horror. Not something that was done to me, but something I actively chose. A deliberate severing that seemed like the only way forward. The memory doesn't show me what I chose or why. It only shows me the moment of choosing, the weight of the decision settling on my shoulders like a heavy coat. And with it comes the understanding that everything since then, every moment of confusion and displacement, has been the consequence of that choice. I chose to forget, and in forgetting, I lost more than I intended. I lost the ability to exist fully in any moment, trapped instead in this liminal space between remembering and forgetting, between what was and what I've made myself believe. The house breathes around me, and I understand now that it's been trying to help me remember, offering clues and fragments, hoping I would piece together what I deliberately broke apart. The echoing footsteps, the shifting shadows, the photographs with missing faces, all of it was my own mind trying to heal itself, trying to restore what I chose to damage. But some choices can't be undone. Some forgetting is permanent. I sit in the leather chair that fits me perfectly now, because I've finally remembered how to fit into it, how to be the person who belongs here. But the knowledge comes with a price, the understanding that I will forget again, that this moment of clarity is temporary, a brief respite before the cycle begins anew. The soft scuff of slippers whispers across the polished hardwood floors, accompanied by the distant creak of an old house settling into its bones. A gentle aroma of fresh brewed coffee mingles with the earthy scent of worn leather from the armchair. inviting a comforting sense of routine. Yet, beneath the quiet hum of the morning, a faint echo of footsteps follows in my wake, too deliberate to be mere echoes. But this time, I know whose footsteps they are. They belong to the person I chose to forget, the one who still walks these halls in the spaces between memory and forgetting, patient and persistent, waiting for me to remember them again. And I know that tomorrow, or whenever next I wake in this place, I will have forgotten once more, and the gentle haunting will begin again. My own mind trying desperately to remind me of what I've lost. The leather chair holds me like an embrace, warm and familiar, and I close my eyes against the weight of understanding. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I can almost see their face, almost hear their voice, almost remember their name. But already the memory is fading, slipping away like water through cupped hands, leaving only the echo of footsteps and the lingering scent of coffee and old leather, and the patient house breathing around me, waiting for me to wake again. Story 9. The morning ritual. Every morning, I press the button on my sleek silver coffee machine, right as the clock ticks to 7:05. The soft whirring begins, a predictable companion in the quiet dawn. I watch as steam curls gracefully, the aroma of rich coffee enveloping the kitchen. My ritual unfolds with precision, from the gentle clink of the mug on the countertop to the subtle hiss that marks the end of the brew. Today, as I settled into the familiar cadence, my finger descended on the button, only to feel the machine shudder slightly, the sound off by a beat, like a skipped note in a long-played melody. Confused, I pressed it again, meeting an unsettling silence, the steam absent, the aroma missing. The shift was small, barely perceivable, yet it lingered, casting a curious shadow over the ritual's comforting repetition. I stand here now, my hand still hovering over the button, but something feels wrong. The kitchen around me seems both familiar and foreign, as if I'm seeing it through water or thick glass. The morning light filters through the window differently than I remember, casting shadows that don't quite match the objects creating them. My bare feet feel cold against what should be warm tile, and the silence stretches longer than it should. The coffee machine sits before me, its silver surface reflecting my face in fragments. But when I look closer, the reflection seems delayed, moving just a heartbeat after I do. I blink slowly, trying to clear my vision, trying to remember how I got here, standing in this kitchen that feels like mine, but isn't quite right. The countertop beneath my palms is smooth marble, cool and reassuring. Yet when I run my fingers across its surface, it feels rough, almost sandy. I lift my hand and examine my fingertips, expecting to see dust or grit, but they're clean. The contradiction makes my head swim slightly, a gentle vertigo that comes and goes like waves. I turn away from the machine and survey the rest of the kitchen. Everything appears to be in its proper place. The wooden cutting board leaning against the backsplash, the fruit bowl with its perfect arrangement of apples and pears, the dish towel folded precisely by the sink. Yet something whispers that this isn't how I left things. The fruit seems too perfect, too symmetrical, as if arranged by someone else's hands. A memory surfaces, unbidden and fragmented. I'm standing in this same kitchen, but the light is different, softer somehow. I'm reaching for something in the upper cabinet, stretching on my toes, and there's a sound behind me, a gentle humming that doesn't match my own voice. But when I turn in the memory, there's no one there, just that same perfect fruit bowl, except the apples are arranged differently, in a pattern that makes no sense. The memory dissolves before I can grasp it fully, leaving me with the taste of something metallic on my tongue and the faint echo of that humming in my ears. I shake my head, trying to dispel the lingering unease and focus on the present moment. The coffee machine waits patiently, its button gleaming under the strange morning light. I press it again, and this time it responds with its familiar whir. But the sound seems to come from somewhere else in the room, as if the machine is merely miming the action while the real brewing happens behind the walls. The steam that emerges is thicker than usual, almost opaque, and it carries a scent that's almost coffee, but not quite, like coffee filtered through earth and time. As I wait for the cup to fill, another memory flickers to life. I'm washing dishes at this very sink, my hands submerged in warm, soapy water. The sensation is vivid. The heat of the water, the slippery texture of the plates, the rhythmic sound of scrubbing. But in the memory, the water running from the faucet is perfectly clear when it should be sudsy, and the dishes I'm washing are already clean, gleaming as if they've never been used. I look at the sink now, and it's dry, has been dry, but I can still feel the phantom warmth of that remembered water on my hands. I turn the faucet handle, and water flows normally, clear and cold. But the sound it makes against the stainless steel is wrong, too hollow, like water falling into an empty well rather than a shallow basin. The coffee machine gives its final hiss, and I reach for the mug. My fingers close around ceramic that should be warm, but feels room temperature, smooth where it should have a slight texture from the glaze. I lift it to my lips and taste coffee that's perfectly brewed, yet somehow flat, missing some essential quality I can't name. Walking to the small table by the window, I notice that my footsteps sound different, muffled despite the hard tile floor. Each step seems to echo just slightly out of sync, as if I'm walking alongside an invisible companion who matches my pace, but not quite perfectly. I sit in the chair that should creak, but doesn't, looking out the window at a view that's almost right. The garden beyond the glass shows the same plants I remember, the same arrangement of flowers and shrubs, but the colors seem muted, as if someone has turned down the saturation on the world. The morning sky is the correct shade of pale blue, yet it feels empty, lacking some quality of light that should be there. Another memory emerges, stronger this time. I'm sitting in this same chair, in this same position, but the garden outside is lush and vibrant, almost impossibly green. I'm not alone. There's a presence across from me, someone sitting in the chair that faces mine, someone important enough that their absence now feels like a physical ache. But when I try to focus on who it might be, the memory becomes slippery, dissolving into impressions of warmth and companionship without form or face. I look at the empty chair across from me now, and for just a moment, I can almost see the depression in the cushion where someone might have been sitting. The fabric looks slightly worn in the pattern of a human form, but when I blink, it's smooth and undisturbed. The coffee grows cold in my hands as I sit transfixed by that empty chair. There's something I should remember about it, something important that hovers just beyond my conscious reach. I close my eyes and try to summon the memory, but instead of clarity, I find only a gray space in my mind, a void where something significant should be. When I open my eyes again, the kitchen has changed subtly. The light has shifted, though I can't tell if it's grown brighter or dimmer. The shadows fall differently now, creating patterns on the floor that seem almost deliberate, like a message written in a language I don't understand. I stand and move back to the counter, setting down the mug with a soft clink that reverberates longer than it should. My reflection in the coffee machine's surface is clearer now, but it shows me wearing clothes I don't remember putting on, an expression I don't remember making. I touch my face, and the reflection touches back, but the timing is just slightly off, creating a disorienting sense of disconnect from my own image. The gray space in my mind pulses gently, like a wound that's trying to heal, but can't quite close. I know there's something there, something I've chosen not to see, not to remember. The knowledge sits heavy in my chest, a weight that grows more noticeable the more I try to ignore it. I walk through the kitchen, touching familiar objects that feel foreign under my fingertips. The refrigerator hums with a sound that's almost like voices, low and indistinct, as if people are having a conversation just beyond the range of understanding. When I press my ear to its surface, the sound stops, leaving only the ordinary mechanical hum of the motor. The fruit bowl draws my attention again. I approach it slowly, studying the arrangement of apples and pears. They're beautiful, perfect specimens without blemishes or imperfections. But as I watch, they seem to shift slightly, rearranging themselves when I'm not looking directly at them. It's subtle, barely perceptible, but undeniable. I reach for one of the apples, and my hand passes through it as if it were made of light. Startled, I jerk back, but when I look again, the apple is solid, real, sitting exactly where it should be. I try again, more carefully this time, and my fingers close around firm, cool fruit. But the texture is wrong, too smooth, like plastic made to look like apple skin. The gray space in my mind throbs more insistently now, and I can feel something trying to surface, some memory that's been carefully buried. I resist it instinctively, sensing that whatever lies there will change everything, will make this strange morning make terrible sense. Instead, I focus on the present, on the immediate sensory details that ground me in this moment. The cool air moving through the kitchen, carrying scents that shift and change without apparent source. The play of light and shadow across surfaces that seem to respond to my attention, becoming more solid when observed, more dreamlike when ignored. But the gray space won't be denied. It expands slowly, inexorably, like water seeping through a crack in a dam. And with it comes the memory I've been avoiding, rising from the depths of my consciousness like something surfacing from dark water. I'm standing in this kitchen, but it's different, more real somehow, more substantial. The morning light is genuine, warm and golden, and I'm not alone. There's someone with me, someone whose presence fills the empty spaces in my heart. We're sharing the morning ritual, the coffee brewing, the comfortable silence of companionship. But then I see it, the detail that shouldn't be there, the impossible thing that makes the memory wrong. The person with me has no reflection in the coffee machine's surface. I can see them clearly, can feel their warmth, can sense their contentment. But the silver surface shows only my own image, alone and isolated. The memory shifts, becomes something else. I'm standing at the sink, washing dishes that are already clean, and I understand now why they gleam so perfectly. They've never been used because there's only one person here, has always been only one person here. The second place setting, the extra mug, the chair worn with the impression of another body. They're all artifacts of wishful thinking, props in a performance I've been giving for myself. The gray space opens fully now, and the blocked memory emerges with crystalline clarity. I'm sitting across from the empty chair, talking to someone who isn't there, sharing coffee with a presence that exists only in my desperate need for connection. I'm arranging the fruit bowl twice, once for myself and once for my invisible companion. I'm living a double life, half in reality and half in elaborate fantasy. But even this revelation feels incomplete, like a memory of a memory, filtered through layers of self-deception. The truth sits deeper still, in that gray space that continues to pulse with gentle insistence. I close my eyes and let it come. The kitchen fades around me, and I'm somewhere else, somewhere clinical and white. There are voices, real voices, speaking in gentle tones about treatment and progress, and the difficulty of accepting loss. There are medications that taste metallic, sessions where I sit in uncomfortable chairs and try to explain the difference between remembering and imagining. And there's the moment when I made the choice, the conscious decision to forget, to sink back into the comfortable delusion of the morning ritual, the familiar kitchen, the presence that makes the loneliness bearable. It wasn't forced on me. It was a gift I gave myself, a mercy I chose over the harsh clarity of truth. The memory completes itself, and I understand now why the kitchen feels both real and unreal, why the reflections are delayed, why the sounds don't quite match their sources. I'm experiencing the world through the filter of deliberate forgetting, seeing only what I allow myself to see, hearing only what I can bear to hear. I open my eyes, and I'm back in the kitchen, standing before the coffee machine with my finger hovering over the button. The morning light filters through the window exactly as it did before, casting the same impossible shadows, creating the same sense of displaced reality. But something is different now. The empty chair across from me no longer looks expectant. It looks abandoned. The perfect fruit bowl seems less like careful arrangement and more like desperate hope. The delayed reflections and mismatched sounds feel less mysterious and more sad. The symptoms of a mind protecting itself from unbearable truth. Yet even as I recognize the nature of my situation, I can feel the gray space beginning to close again, the protective amnesia reasserting itself. The clinical white room fades from memory. The voices of concern grow distant, and the comfortable delusion of the morning ritual beckons like a warm bed on a cold morning. I know I have a choice to make, the same choice I've made before, perhaps many times before. I can hold on to this moment of clarity, can force myself to remember the truth and live with its weight. Or I can let the gray space expand again, can sink back into the gentle confusion of the kitchen that's almost right, the routine that's almost normal, the presence that's almost real. My finger moves toward the button, and I realize I've already made my choice. I'm always making the same choice. The coffee machine waits patiently, ready to begin the ritual again, ready to mark the start of another morning in my carefully constructed world of selective memory. The button yields under my touch with its familiar click, and the soft whirring begins, a predictable companion in the quiet dawn. I watch as steam curls gracefully, the aroma of rich coffee enveloping the kitchen. My ritual unfolds with precision, from the gentle clink of the mug on the countertop to the subtle hiss that marks the end of the brew. But today, as I settle into the familiar cadence, something feels different. The morning light filters through the window in a way that seems both familiar and strange, and I can't shake the feeling that I've been here before, standing in this exact spot, experiencing this exact moment. The sensation is strong enough to make me pause, my hand hovering over the button, wondering if I've forgotten something important. The feeling passes, as such feelings always do, dissolving into the comfort of routine and the gentle hum of the coffee machine. I smile slightly, content in my kitchen, in my morning ritual, in the presence that fills the empty spaces even when I can't quite see it. The cycle begins again, as it always does, as it always will, until I choose differently, or until the choice is taken away from me entirely. But for now, in this moment, in this kitchen that's almost right, I am content to forget, to let the gray space expand and contract like a gentle tide, carrying away the pieces of truth I'm not ready to hold. The coffee finishes brewing with its familiar hiss, and I reach for the mug, ready to begin another day in my carefully curated reality. Another morning in the endless loop of selective memory and deliberate forgetting. Story 10. Hash the whisper at dawn. Each morning, just as the first sliver of gray light nudges the horizon, I awake to the whisper. It's neither harsh nor hurried, merely a breathy utterance that curls through the dimness like a forgotten melody. At first, I thought it was a dream, a relic of unconscious wandering. But every morning, it's the same. The soft murmur emerges from the corner where a single candle sits unlit. The words are indistinct, yet the cadence a lull, then a rise never wavers. The small wooden table beneath the window is ever the same tableau. A porcelain saucer placed just so, a folded napkin with an ink blot on its edge, and a teaspoon resting at a curious angle. I've tried moving them, shifting the positions with meticulous care, but as dawn approaches, they are invariably reset, defying my concessions to change. The ambient hum of morning routines has lost its variation, each sequence repeating with impeccable precision. The window cracks open as if on cue. A breeze permeates with the scent of damp earth, and the curtain flutters in identical arcs. I've counted the whispers, feeling each one stretch the tether of sanity thinner against the anchors of reason. Time loops softly here, and I am adrift, suspended in the baffling comfort of unyielding repetition. My fingers trace the wooden edge of the bed frame, feeling the grain beneath my touch. The texture is wrong, somehow too smooth in places where it should be rough, too warm where wood should remain cool. The room itself breathes around me, walls expanding and contracting in rhythm with something I cannot name. Each surface holds secrets pressed into its fibers like pressed flowers in an old book. The scent shifts without warning. What began as damp earth transforms into something sweeter, cloying. Vanilla, perhaps, or the ghost of baking bread. But underneath lurks another smell, metallic, sharp, like pennies left too long in a closed palm. I inhale deeper, chasing the source, but it dissipates the moment I focus on it. A memory surfaces, unbidden and fragmented. I am standing in a kitchen I do not recognize, watching steam rise from a cup of tea. The wallpaper behind the stove shows tiny blue flowers, each one perfectly identical to the next. But there, in the corner of my vision, one flower blooms in impossible red. When I turn to look directly, it has returned to blue, innocent and ordinary. The memory dissolves like sugar in water, leaving only the faint impression of wrongness. I reach for more details, but they slip away, leaving my mind grasping at vapor. The whisper comes again, closer now, and I realize I have been listening to it not just this morning, but for countless mornings before. My bare feet touch the floor-cold planks that should creak, but make no sound. The silence is absolute, except for that persistent murmur, that voice without words. I move toward the corner, drawn by something deeper than curiosity. The candle sits in its brass holder, wax pooled around its base in perfect white circles. I have never seen it lit, yet the wax speaks of many burnings. Another fragment emerges, a woman's laugh echoing through empty halls. The sound bounces off walls that stretch impossibly high, creating harmonics that should not exist in any earthly space. She is laughing at something I have said, something clever and warm. But when I reach for the words, they crumble like ancient paper. The woman had dark hair, I think. Or perhaps it was light. The memory shifts each time I examine it, details rearranging themselves like pieces of a puzzle that refuses to hold its shape. What remains constant is the feeling of warmth in my chest, a sense of belonging that tastes like honey and sounds like home. But there was something else in her laugh, a note that rang false, a tremor that spoke of fear carefully hidden. The memory replays, and this time I hear it clearly. She was not laughing with me, but at me. The warmth in my chest turns cold, and I understand that this memory, like all the others, carries poison in its center. The whisper grows more insistent, syllables almost forming before dissolving back into breath. I press my ear to the wall where the sound seems strongest, and the plaster is warm against my skin. Beneath the surface, something moves, not mice or insects, but something that pulses with deliberate rhythm. A new scent fills the room, coffee brewing in a distant kitchen. The aroma carries with it another memory, sharper than the others. I am sitting at a breakfast table, sunlight streaming through gauze curtains. Across from me sits a figure I cannot quite see, their features blurred as if viewed through water. They are speaking, lips moving with urgent intensity, but their words reach me as the same whisper that haunts my mornings. The figure reaches across the table, their hand covering mine. Their touch is ice cold, far too cold for living flesh. And when I look down, I see that their fingers are too long, joints bending in ways that human joints should not bend. Yet, in the memory, this seems perfectly normal. I do not pull away. The memory fractures, pieces scattering like startled birds. I am left with the sensation of that impossible touch, fingers that felt like winter wind made solid. My own hands shake as I examine them in the growing light, searching for some mark, some sign of that contact. The skin appears normal, but underneath, I feel a coldness that has nothing to do with temperature. The whisper changes pitch, becoming almost musical. I realize I have heard this melody before, hummed it unconsciously while moving through the repetitive motions of each identical morning. The tune is simple, childlike, but it carries an undercurrent of profound sadness. It is a lullaby for something that should never have been born. Memory cascades over me. I am in a garden where roses bloom in winter snow. The contradiction should be impossible, yet the image is vivid and complete. Each rose is perfect, red as fresh blood, petals soft as velvet. But when I reach to touch one, my fingers pass through it like smoke. The roses are there and not there, existing in some space between reality and dream. In the garden stands a greenhouse with frosted windows. Through the glass, I can see movement shadows that dance without casting dancers, shapes that bend light in ways that hurt to observe. The greenhouse door stands slightly ajar, and from within comes the sound of something growing, something that rustles and whispers as it reaches toward an absent sun. I know I have been in that greenhouse. The knowledge sits in my stomach like a stone, heavy and indigestible. But when I try to remember what I found inside, my mind recoils, wrapping the memory in layers of fog and static. There is something there I chose not to see, something I decided to forget. The room brightens incrementally, gray light seeping through the curtains like slow water. With the light comes a new sound, footsteps in the corridor, outside my door. They are measured, deliberate, the gait of someone who has walked this path many times before. The steps pause outside my room, and I hold my breath, waiting. But the footsteps belong to no one. I know this with the same certainty that I know my own name, though I cannot recall what that name might be. The sound is memory made audible, an echo of someone who once walked these halls, but walks them no longer. Yet the sound continues, patient and persistent, as if waiting for me to remember something crucial. The whisper begins to form words, or something like words. The syllables are almost familiar, like a language I once spoke fluently, but have now forgotten. I lean closer to the corner, pressing my ear to the junction where wall meets wall. The sound is clearer here, and I can almost make out meaning in the soft susurration. It is speaking my name. Not the name I use now, but another name, older and more true. The name tastes of copper and regret when I try to form it with my lips. It is the name I wore before I chose to forget, before I wrapped myself in the comfort of endless repetition. Another memory surfaces, this one more complete than the others. I am standing before a mirror in a bathroom I have never seen. The reflection looking back at me is my own, but younger, unmarked by whatever weight now presses on my shoulders. The reflected self is smiling, but the smile does not reach the eyes. Those eyes hold knowledge that the present me lacks, secrets that have been carefully excised. The reflected self mouths words I cannot hear, lips moving with desperate urgency. I lean closer to the memory mirror, trying to read the silent message. But the glass begins to fog with breath that is not my own. When the condensation clears, the reflection has changed. The face is still mine, but older now, marked by lines of sorrow that carve deep channels from nose to mouth. This older self is not smiling. This older self knows what I have forgotten, carries the weight of the choice I made to unknow. The eyes are filled with a compassion that breaks my heart, and I understand that this is not a memory of the past, but a glimpse of what I am becoming, what I have always been becoming in this place, where mornings repeat like a prayer said too many times. The whisper grows urgent, almost pleading. I can hear individual sounds now, consonants that click like dry bones, vowels that sigh like wind through empty rooms. The voice is trying to tell me something important, something I need to remember before the light grows too bright and and the cycle begins again. I close my eyes and let the voice wash over me, carrying me deeper into the space between memory and forgetting. In that space, I find the blocked memory, the gray zone that my mind has wrapped in protective silence. It pulses like a wound, tender to the touch of consciousness. The memory is simple, almost mundane. I am sitting in this same room, at this same small table. The porcelain saucer holds not emptiness, but a key small, brass, worn smooth by countless hands. The key fits a lock I have never seen, but somehow know intimately. It opens a door that should remain closed, leads to a place where whispers become screams, and morning never comes. I took the key. I used it. I opened the door and stepped through. And what I found on the other side was so terrible, so fundamentally wrong, that I chose to forget. I chose to trap myself in this loop of mornings, this endless repetition, rather than carry the weight of what I had seen. But forgetting is not the same as unmaking. The thing beyond the door still exists, still whispers to me through the thin walls of my constructed amnesia. It calls to me with my true name, reminds me of the choice I made and the price I paid for peace. The light is growing stronger now, and I can feel the familiar tug of the cycle preparing to begin again. Soon, I will forget this moment of clarity, forget the memories that have surfaced like debris from a shipwreck. I will wake to the whisper, as if hearing it for the first time, examine the tableau on the table, as if it were a mystery rather than a lock I have chosen not to open. But something is different this time. The whisper has changed, grown stronger, more insistent. The thing beyond the door is learning, adapting, finding new ways to reach through the barriers I have built. Each cycle weakens my defenses, and I can feel the careful architecture of my forgetting beginning to crumble. The candle in the corner flickers to life without flame, casting shadows that move independently of any light source. The shadows reach toward me with fingers made of darkness, and I know that my time is running short. Soon, I will remember everything, and the weight of that knowledge will either destroy me or transform me into something else entirely. I lie back down on the bed, pulling the covers over my head like a child hiding from monsters. But the whisper follows me into the darkness, beneath the blanket, growing louder and more distinct. It is no longer speaking my name, but something else, something that sounds like an invitation or a warning. The cycle is breaking down. The careful repetition that has protected me is becoming unstable. And through the cracks, truth is seeping in like water through a failing dam. I can feel myself changing, becoming something that can remember without breaking, something that can carry the weight of what lies beyond the door. The whisper becomes a song, wordless and haunting. It is the lullaby I heard in that first memory. But now I understand what it is mourning. It mourns the person I was before I chose to forget. The person who was brave enough or foolish enough to turn the key and step through the door. That person is still here, buried beneath layers of protective amnesia. That person is stirring, waking up, preparing to remember. And when the remembering is complete, when the blocked memory finally surfaces in all its terrible clarity, I will have to choose again. The safety of forgetting or the burden of truth. The light reaches its peak, and I feel the familiar dissolution beginning. But this time I fight it. This time I hold onto the fragments, clutch them close as the cycle tries to wash them away. Some memories survive the transition, hiding in the corners of my mind like seeds waiting for spring. Each morning, just as the first sliver of gray light nudges the horizon, I awake to the whisper. It's neither harsh nor hurried, merely a breathy utterance that curls through the dimness like a forgotten melody. But now I hear something new in its cadence recognition. The whisper knows that I am beginning to remember, and it is pleased. The small wooden table beneath the window holds its familiar tableau, but the ink blot on the napkin has spread slightly, and the teaspoon rests at a different angle. The changes are minute, almost imperceptible, but they are there. The cycle is evolving, adapting, preparing for something new. I smile as I listen to the whisper, and for the first time, I whisper back.